The Senate will come to order. Dr. Barry Black, the chaplain of the Senate, will say prayer.
Let us pray. Lord of life, thank you for the opportunity to honor the life and legacy of the 39th President of the United States. Lord, your mercies are new to us every day. Take our senators by the hand and lead them on the road you desire them to travel. Lord, help our lawmakers to seek your guidance as they establish their priorities, always remembering their accountability to you. May them never deviate from the path of integrity, but to seek to ensure that your will is done on earth even as it is done in heaven. May they never forget that you are with them and will guide them. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Now, please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the motion to proceed to S5, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 1, S5, a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes.
Mr. President,
Speaker Pro Tem.
I'd like to speak for 1 minute, morning business.
Without objection.
January the 9th is National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. Today, as well as every day, we should give our thanks to the nation's men and women in blue. I make this practice. Whenever I see a police officer, I always try to stop and say 2 things. I'm not for defunding the police, and I'm proud to back the blue. Or I say it another way, thank you for maintaining the peace. As chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, You can be sure that I'll continue my work to protect and support law enforcement in both Iowa and nationwide. The Judiciary Committee always accomplishes issues supporting police in a bipartisan series of bills, most often in the month of May. To our law enforcement friends, all senators say, thank you for your selfless service. May God bless you, and may God protect you. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, on November the 5th, President Trump was elected to be the 47th President of the United States. By Thanksgiving, he'd announced all of his cabinet secretaries and several other senior roles in his new administration. All in all, it took President Trump just 18 days to name all of his cabinet secretaries, a pace unprecedented in recent history. New administrations typically take a few weeks to name their first nominees, but President Trump has shown he wants to get to work quickly, executing the mandate that he's received from the American people. And he deserves to have his team in place in order to help him do that. That's going to require some work from the Senate, and we're ready to get to it. Mr. President, the Senate will provide each of the President's nominees with a fair process. That process has been unfolding for the past several weeks. The senators have met with many of these nominees in private. Next week, Senate committees plan to begin holding public hearings with several nominees. Senators will have the chance to ask them questions on the record, and the American people will be able to hear directly from the men and women that President Trump has chosen for his administration. Committees have begun noticing hearings with several nominees for national security roles in the Trump administration. The Armed Services Committee is preparing to hear from Pete Hegseth, the nominee for Secretary of Defense. The Foreign Relations Committee has announced plans to hear from our colleague, Senator Rubio, who has been nominated for Secretary of State. The Intelligence Committee has scheduled a confirmation hearing for John Ratcliffe to be CIA Director. And the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee plans to hold a hearing with Governor Kristi Noem, nominated for Secretary of Homeland Security. Other committees have also announced plans for confirmation hearing. The Veterans Affairs Committee for Doug Collins, nominee for VA Secretary. The Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee for Russell Vogt, nominated to return as OMB Director. The Energy Committee for Governor Doug Burgum to be Interior Secretary and Chris Wright to be Energy Secretary. The Judiciary Committee for Pam Bondi, nominated for Attorney General. And the Commerce Committee for Sean Duffy, nominee for Secretary of Transportation. And Mr. President, that's just the start. Our goal is to keep up a steady pace of progress in the coming weeks. In 2009, President Obama had 12 cabinet secretaries in place within 15 days of taking office. It took the Trump and Biden administrations roughly 3 times longer to get the same number confirmed. Mr. President, we need to get back to the Obama standard, and we're going to need Democrats to cooperate in order to do that. Earlier this week, the Democrat leader said that his caucus's approach to the Trump nominees would be, and I quote, fair but thorough. Mr. President, I hope it will be fair. And we'll be ready to proceed whether or not Democrats choose to cooperate. Mr. President, President Trump has chosen his team. We have a job to do to ensure that each member of that team gets a fair process here in the United States Senate, and that's what we're going to do. And I look forward to the committees getting to work. Mr. President, I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Democratic leader.
we in quorum? I ask unanimous consent that the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Today, Mr. President, our prayers are with the people of Southern California impacted by the wildfires that have spread over the past few days. The images of homes, schools, places of worship burning are terrifying and almost surreal. I've been briefed on the latest efforts by federal and state officials to contain these fires. Sadly, There's a lot of work left to do before this crisis is over. Right now, it's vital that our firefighters, medical workers, and first responders have everything they need from the federal government to combat the flames and rescue people from danger. The Senate just passed, fortunately, a sweeping disaster aid package precisely for these kinds of emergencies. But now we must ensure all necessary disaster aid goes out the door as quickly as possible and is given to the people who need it and need it most. Finally, the worst wildfire in Los Angeles history should happen. The fact that the worst wildfire in Los Angeles history should happen in the dead of winter is another warning of the dangers of climate change. Extreme weather events will continue to happen regularly and will get worse if we don't tackle the climate crisis head-on. We pray for the people of Southern California, and we thank all of our brave first responders working without rest to keep people safe. Now, today's vote. This afternoon, the Senate is going to hold its first procedural vote on the Laken Riley Act. I expect that this bill will have enough votes from both parties to proceed. If we get on the bill, Democrats want to have a robust debate where we can offer amendments and improve the bill. On the first day of the 119th Congress, my good friend, the Republican leader, Senator Thune, said he wants to make the Senate a place, quote, where all members should have a chance to make their voices heard, unquote. Well, this bill would be a fine place to start. We should allow debate and amendments on the bill. This is an important issue. We should have a debate and amendments, and that's why I am voting yes on the motion to proceed. To remind my colleagues, this is not a vote on the bill itself. This is a motion to proceed, a vote that says we should have a debate and should have amendments. Now on the GOP taxes and our Democratic agenda. Each day, it's becoming clearer that the new Trump administration will look a lot like the old one. Chaos for Republicans, bad news for working Americans. That's what this new Trump administration already looks like, just like they did 4 years ago. All week long, Republicans have tripped over themselves to try to figure out how they're going to hurt everyday Americans through their agenda. All this talk about one bill or two bills, all this talk about one bill or two bills is irrelevant. That's just Washington insider machinations. Americans need to know the real story. Republicans are united on using their new majorities to cut taxes for the ultra-wealthy at the expense of working people. It doesn't matter if it's one bill or two bills when they're doing so much to hurt working Americans and only help those who probably need help the least, the very least, by and large. All these promises we heard from Republicans about fighting for the working class didn't even make it to Inauguration Day. They're back to trying to cut taxes for the ultra-wealthy and mega corporations. Look, I have no problem against those who are fortunate enough to have a lot of money. God bless them. But they need to pay their fair share, and almost all Americans would agree with that. So it's truly stunning, it's revealing, that Republicans are already spending so much energy trying to figure out the best way to make taxes for the very wealthy even lower. We're already seeing a glaring contrast between how Democrats use their time in power and what We're already seeing a glaring contrast between how Republicans use their time in power and what Democrats believe in. A little later this afternoon, Senate Democrats will convene on the Senate steps for our first major press conference, where we will outline our priorities and where they lie in the 119th Congress. We need to lower costs for working and middle-class people, not reward the ultra-rich and America's biggest corporations. If Republicans want to work with us on real policies that lower costs for real working Americans, we're glad to partner with them. But if Republicans try to sell out our children's future with multi-trillion-dollar tax cuts that only help those at the very top, we will fiercely, fiercely oppose them. Now on nominations. The American people have a right to know if President-elect Trump's cabinet nominees are going to fight for them. Will they lower people's costs? Will they be loyal to the country and the Constitution? Or will they cater to their wealthy benefactors like the first Trump administration? Will they try to undo the wellsprings of democracy? We can answer these questions through a robust nomination process in the Senate. But when Republicans, like the chairman of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, try to rush nominees before senators have even received basic information, such as background reports, Americans have to ask, what are Republicans trying to hide when they don't want their nominees to have background checks and don't want to have full information about them? These nominees will have enormous power. Every American has to go through a background check, be asked questions when they're applying for a job. Well, these jobs are so important, of course this should happen here. But so far, some of the Republican chairs of committees are resisting, and that doesn't speak well for the qualifications or the confidence they have in their nominees. In the last 2 days, the chairman of the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources has noticed hearings on not one, but 2 of President Trump's nominees without minority consent. Governor Doug Burgum to be Secretary of the Interior and Chris Wright to be the Secretary of Energy. These 2 positions, Secretary of Interior, Secretary of Energy, will be tasked with managing our natural resources and our clean energy future. They'll be responsible for protecting the good-paying clean energy jobs created under President Biden. And I'd remind my Republican colleagues, those jobs are in red states as much as they are in blue states. The American people deserve to know if these cabinet nominees will protect good-paying clean energy jobs, or will they kill these jobs and put a lot of people out of work for some ideological thing they're chasing. Yet, Senate Democrats on the committee have yet to receive basic information about either of these nominees' backgrounds. Republicans choosing to rush nominees is quickly becoming a pattern. It's hard not to wonder, what are the Republicans trying to hide about these nominees from the American people? What are they trying to hide? What are they afraid of? Now, finally, I want to end on a more personal but also a bittersweet note. You know, Mr. President, I have had great staff through all my years in the Senate and in the House. I owe everything to them. They work so damn hard, and they're so dedicated, and they're so smart and so creative and so caring. So to say that this is one of the best I've ever had is really high tribute. But Matt Fuentes, my top health policy advisor for 8 years, is one of the very, very, very best I have ever had. 8 years. Amazing. Matt, I want to thank you for your amazing work. I'm so proud of what you've accomplished for us, for New York, and for the country. Matt was, as I said before, I have the best staff in the world, and Matt was no exception. He joined my team and immediately got to work helping defend the ACA when Republicans tried to repeal it in 2017. He was instrumental in passing COVID relief, which saved thousands of lives. He led insulin reform policy. Now people are getting insulin and Medicare recipients for $35. I don't think it would have happened without this guy sitting right here next to me. He figured out the ways to get it done. It's not easy. And he helped us lower drug prices for millions of other Americans because, as you know, as of the 1st of January, there's a cap of how much any senior citizen can pay for all the drugs they use, as well as negotiations that have been now allowed so that Medicare can negotiate with the drug companies, and 10 of the most popular drugs prices are going way down. Anyone who's worked with Matt will agree on one thing. He possesses a rare gift. It's true, this is amazing. He can translate the most complex policy into clear and direct essentials while grasping the core difficult political issues at play. I can recall many times, probably more than either of us would want to admit, when I called Matt at 7 in the morning, at midnight, Matt, what about this? What about that? He never got mad. He was always very factual and matter-of-fact and would answer and solve the problem. So he's amazing. And despite all the stressful situations that the job put him in, Matt always radiated calmness, confidence. He never wavered under pressure. In fact, that's when he was at his best. When everyone else in the room was trying to prove they were right and others were wrong, he had this special ability to bring people together on both sides of the aisle. So much of what we did were bipartisan, and that's the reason, right here. It was a sight to behold to watch Matt. And again, I just have to say, with all the pressure and everything going on, and having a new family, a new young family with a beautiful child, still two, now there are two, he stayed cool as a cucumber. I don't know if they use that expression these days. My mother uses that one. It's probably out of date. Have you heard it, Mr. President, from your mother too? Cool as a cucumber? Matt was cool as a cucumber throughout all of it. Thoughtful, kind, generous. He knows when to be serious, but doesn't take himself seriously. He's always seeking to help and is never afraid to hold strong for what he believes is right. You know, my wish for every senator, regardless of our ideology, is that you have a Matt Fuentes sometime, someplace on your staff working on some important issue. And I do want to say one thing. I hate seeing Matt leave. He's one of the best, as I said, I've ever had. But we have a new successor to Matt, who was his deputy, who I know will fill his large shoes. So thank you very much, Elizabeth. Okay, Matt, from the bottom of my heart, thank you, thank you, thank you. Not just for me, but for everything you've done for America and Americans. Your legacy, no matter what else you do in life, is there. There are literally going to be huge numbers of people, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, who are alive, who are healthier because of you. What an amazing legacy. God bless you, Matt. Good luck. Good luck to your nice wife, to your great little kids. I know you'll do other great things, but forever, 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 you will be part of the Schumer family and one of the best members of it. Thank you very much. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Republican whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, something unexpected is happening in the early days of this new Congress, right here in the Senate, and that is we are seeing some bipartisanship. Republicans and a number of Democrats have now agreed that violent criminals who have entered our country illegally and are a threat to the safety and the security of the American people shouldn't be here. We need to do something about it. A headline in Politico this week tells the story. The headline reads, "Democrats make a right turn on immigration." This is an encouraging start to our new Senate year. And now we need time for the Democrats to prove that they really do want to work with us. The Senate's going to vote today on this bipartisan Laken-Riley Act. Now, just to remind those who are unfamiliar with the situation, Laken Riley is a young woman. She was a student at Augusta University in Athens, Georgia. She was studying to be a nurse, and tomorrow would have been her 23rd birthday. She was murdered by an illegal immigrant. All she was doing was out taking a jog. That illegal immigrant was in America because of Joe Biden and the Democrats' open border policies. The Laken-Riley Act had been sponsored and is now co-sponsored by every Republican in the Senate. And there are also several Democrats who have recently signed on to this legislation, and they now support it. Happy to hear the Democrat leader saying that he was going to vote to get on the bill as well. The Laken-Riley Act presents the Senate a simple choice. Are we willing to allow illegal immigrants to roam free in our country, or do we want to save American lives? Protecting Americans from the dangers of a broken border makes sense to, I believe, most, if not all, of our citizens. Earlier this week, Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania was asked about the Laken-Riley Act. This is what he said. He said, "If you're here illegally and you're committing crimes, I don't know why anybody thinks that that's controversial." Well, not too long ago, his party certainly thought this point of view was controversial. That's what we saw happen here in the Senate. Last Congress, Republicans tried to bring up the Laken-Riley Act. Democrats blocked us. They wouldn't even let us debate it. So I'm happy to hear that Democrats are now open to debating this important bill. It's nice to see that the results of the election in November have changed the thinking of some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Debating the Laken-Riley Act isn't enough. The Senate must go on to pass it. The House has already passed this exact version of the Laken-Riley Act this past week, and that vote was overwhelmingly bipartisan. The Senate now has an opportunity to make a real difference, a difference to protect American citizens from illegal immigrant criminals. There are some Democrat senators who say that they support the Laken-Riley Act, but they want to weaken it. Well, to be clear, Senate Republicans are not weakening this life-saving legislation. We will not allow that to happen. We must ensure that what happened to Laken-Riley does not ever happen again. When the time comes to vote on the Laken-Riley Act, I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes. Democrats join us, the Laken-Riley Act will actually become the law of the land. But more importantly than that, it will meet an urgent need of the American people. That's what we're really trying to do here. Solve a problem. Come up with a solution. This isn't comprehensive immigration reform. To be very clear, there's much more that needs to be done to fix our broken, open border. But today I introduced a bill called the Build the Wall Act. That will certainly go a long way. We know that border walls work. My proposal finishes the wall, and it pays for it with unspent COVID money, money that is available to be used and should be used for that productive purpose. We've already built more than 450 miles of border wall between the United States and Mexico. We know that it worked. Under President Trump, illegal crossings were at a record low. But now, after more than 10 million illegal immigrants have poured into our country during the last 4 years, we need to finish the wall. The need to do it is greater today than it has ever been before. The moment has come for safety and for security, and now for serious action. Joe Biden and the Democrats broke the border, opened the border, allowed and actually invited into this country people who are part of criminal cartels, drug dealers, terror suspects. This action turned every state, including my home state of Wyoming, into a border state. It's time for even more Democrats to join Republicans today in securing our border, saving our lives, and passing this important piece of legislation that is coming before us today. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll, please.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
The senator from Alabama.
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to dispense with the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you. On January 10th, 2002, Laken Riley was born into this world to her loving family. Tomorrow would have been her 23rd birthday. She should be celebrating with her family, blowing out candles on a birthday cake, and filling her loved ones' lives with the joy she spread so effortlessly. But instead of celebrating another year around the sun with friends and family, instead of figuring out what her next steps in life would be, which had limitless potential, instead of achieving her dreams of becoming a nurse, tomorrow we will mark the first day she isn't here with us on this side of heaven. Nobody knew Laken and the light she shined on all those around her like her family. So I'd like to read a statement from Allison and John Phillips, Laken's mother and stepfather. It's impossible to fully describe what was taken from Laken and from our family on February 22nd, 2024. Laken's life was abundantly and exceptionally full of promise. She was beautiful, shining beacon in the life of everyone who knew her. Not only did the people who knew and loved her lose a beautiful soul, but so did our world. Laken shared her love for Jesus with everyone she encountered. Laken's passion for sharing her faith through acts of kindness were felt by everyone she met. Laken was selfless, hardworking, and made those around her feel special. Laken did not just talk about her faith. She led by example. A truly special person. Laken Riley was, as we can hear in Allison and John's heartfelt words, just incredible. There was no reason at all, that she should no longer be with us. Her killer, who came to this country illegally, should have never been in the United States. And once he had been arrested for multiple crimes before committing the most heinous, unimaginable crime, he should have been detained by ICE immediately. Had that been the case, Laken's family and Laken herself would face a very different reality. They'd be celebrating a birthday, not approaching the 1-year anniversary of her murder. The Laken Riley Act will help prevent other families from experiencing this unimaginable heartache. I was proud to introduce this bill in the Senate with Senator Ted Budd of North Carolina. With his support and leadership, along with Majority Leader John Thune and the entire Republican Senate Conference, along with support came from across the aisle from Senator John Fetterman and Ruben Gallego. I am grateful for the tremendous leadership of Georgia Congressman Mike Collins, who originally introduced and led this piece of legislation in a bipartisan passage in the House, not once, but twice, literally lapping the Senate. When you look at Representative Collins, that is a true servant leader. He saw an issue that occurred right there with his constituency. His heart broke alongside theirs. And then he didn't just talk about it, he did something about it. Representative Mike Collins put pen to paper. He said, we are going to create a solution. We're going to make sure that no family has to experience the heartbreak that Laken's family is enduring. That type of leadership is what every member of this body should strive for. As it is already the case Under current law, for various types of criminal activities, our bill would require U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to detain illegal aliens who commit theft-related offenses, and would mandate that these illegal aliens are detained until their removal from the United States before they get the opportunity to commit further graver crimes. I want to be very clear. Only individuals that would be subject to this bill are criminal illegal aliens. These individuals crossed our border illegally, and then they committed a crime after getting here. That's who we're talking about. Our bill would also ensure that states have standing to bring civil action against federal officials who refuse to enforce mandatory detention and enforcement provisions of our current immigration laws, as well as statutory limitations on grant of immigration parole, or officials who violate those laws. I know, and my colleagues know, our bill is necessary as it is straightforward. The House, as I mentioned, has lapped us in the Senate by passing this twice under the leadership of Representative Collins. And unfortunately, when we tried to move it here, Democrats repeatedly blocked our attempt. Senate Democrats actually didn't even give this a committee hearing or a markup. Let's learn from those mistakes. To my Democratic colleagues, I implore you to see reason, to see Laken's face, and to think about the potential consequences if you choose to block this again. I once again want to read the words of Laken's mother and stepfather, Allison and John Phillips. The Laken Riley Act has our full support because it would help save innocent lives and prevent more families from going through the kind of heartbreak we've experienced. Laken would have been 23 on January 10th. There is no greater gift that could be given to her and our country than to continue her legacy by saving lives through this bill. Every single member of Congress should be able to get behind this purely common sense bill that will make our country and communities safer. So to my colleagues, please listen to Allison and John, understand their pain, hear their pleas for action. They need us to pass the Laken Riley Act. Every American family needs us to pass the Laken Riley Act, and they deserve it. Today, on the eve of what should have been Laken Riley's 23rd birthday, let's honor her legacy and advance a bipartisan bill that will help us save American lives. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Iowa.
I'm here to support the Laken Riley Act. This legislation comes within the jurisdiction of the Judiciary Committee, which committee I will chair this Congress. We all know that a result of the last election was a mandate for the president to carry out his agenda. In that agenda was the deportation of people who illegally enter our country. Everybody knows you can't come to the United States without our permission. One of those things that President Trump prioritized was his pledge to detain and deport criminals who are in this country illegally. Laken was a young woman who lost her life at the hands of a violent, illegal immigrant with criminal history. Laken's killer robbed a business before he robbed Laken of her life. He should have either been in prison. His first crime of robbery. This bill would ensure that thieves detained are detained by our immigration authorities. Sadly, we know from experience enforce our immigration laws. Against any future administrations that want to let criminals stay in the United States illegally, if and when it over the past 4 years, a countless number of criminals have crossed our borders and hurt Americans. No American should be harmed by those who shouldn't be here in the first place. The Laken-Riley Act will empower the President and his administration to remove the dangerous criminals that currently roam our streets and threatens our citizens' safety. I'd like to thank my colleague, Senator Britt, for taking the lead on the Laken-Riley Act. Thanks to her leadership, we have supporters and co-sponsors from both sides of the aisle. Other Americans like it failed to protect them. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Democratic Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that we begin the roll call immediately, the 3 o'clock roll call.
Is there objection? Without objection. Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 1, S5, a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum has been waived. The question is the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to S5, a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Sure. Thank you. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Hoven, Heidsmith, Johnson, Lujan, Lummis, Marshall, Paul, Reed, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Tillis, Tuberville, Warner, and Welch. Ms. Smith voted in the negative. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Yeah, I see him. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Vance, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Booker? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 84 and the nays are 9. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn having voted in the affirmative, the motion is agreed to. Senator from North Dakota.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today, along with my colleague from North Dakota, Senator Kevin Cramer, to honor the 2024 NCAA FCS National Champions, the North Dakota State University Bison. And yes, it is pronounced Bison. And anyone from Bison Nation, which is the ardent fan base that supports this great program, will tell you that. On Monday night, the Bison finished another impressive football season by winning their 10th FCS national title. Correct, their 10th. The Bison broke their own record for the most FCS titles of all time, including their wins in 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2021, and now 2024. They have won actually 19. That's just 10 since 2011. They've actually won 19 NCAA football championships. The game was on national television with more than 3 million people watching as it neared its exciting conclusion. And I had the opportunity last night to talk to President Trump about it. And he said right away, he said, "You guys have a great team." Senator Cramer was there as well. And I think, matter of fact, I think Senator Cramer texted him either during or right after the game. I'm not sure. He'll tell us. But needless to say, I waited till Wednesday night to talk to the President, but he right away said, "You have a great team, great program, and of course we want him back at the White House." And we had him there, Kevin, I think it was 5 years ago, and it was, to say a great visit would be an understatement. I mean, it was unbelievable. The President took time to talk to all of the football players, had him come to the Oval Office. And I think he had a great time, but great experience. And so we are very excited about going back and truly appreciate President Trump's hospitality, willingness to have this great team back. But also, you realize that President Trump, he's a real sports fan. Yeah. He really is. He knows about our Bison team. And, of course, everybody else's team, too. He knows his sports. It was a hard-fought game, but I have to say it was a hard-fought game. We played a truly worthy opponent, the Montana State University Bobcats. The Bobcats actually had an unbeaten season going at that point and really had steamrolled a lot of very good teams, and they are to be commended as well. And point of interest there, their coach, Brent Vegan, outstanding coach, class guy. You saw that, the way he handled the game. Obviously, it was a very, they played their hearts out. It was a tough loss for them, but they showed absolute class, starting with their coach and their fan base, certainly the team. And actually, he was a player for the North Dakota Bison. He was a tight end on our football team a number of years back and was an offensive quarter. So he was coached at North Dakota State University. And he has turned that Montana State program around, and they are a tough program and will continue to be. He's an outstanding coach. So the championship capped off a great season for the Bison. They ended 14-2 and proved once again that they really are a dominant force when it comes to FCS football. And so I just want to take a minute now to recognize and congratulate the players and the coaches who were so vital to this success. Quarterback Cam Miller just had an incredible game. He had just had an incredible year, but really showed his mettle in this final game. He led the team. He was, of course, named the most outstanding player. He rushed 18 times for 121 yards. So he rushed 18 times, 121 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And he completed 19 of 22 passes for almost 200 yards. Now, those are the kind of stats that are just off the chart. But his leadership all year long, and certainly in the playoffs, was just unbelievable. Also, I want to acknowledge Marty Brown. He is a freshman running back who won the Jerry Rice Award as the Freshman of the Year and obviously just had an incredible year. Very prestigious award, rushed for more than 1,000 yards and scored 14 touchdowns during the year. Also, I want to recognize wide receiver Bryce Lance, tremendous young receiver. He tied the record on Monday for the most single-season touchdowns in Missouri Valley Conference history, which is a conference that the Bison play in, and had a total of 17 touchdowns. So we honor the whole team, though. It takes a team and incredible players, incredible senior leadership, a number of whom are going to be drafted, no question about it. There'll be high draft choices. Well coached by Tim Polasek, who's a first-year coach. Now, he's a former Bison as well, coach under Craig Bowl for the Bison. And he came back, and this was his first year as head coach, and so obviously exciting for him to win the title in his first year. Also, some other coaches I want to mention. I specifically want to mention Coach Randy Hedberg, who's a longtime friend of mine, and he is the quarterback's coach. And this guy is a quarterback whisperer. He coached quarterbacks who are in the NFL now, Carson Wentz, who's with the Chiefs, Easton Stick, who's with the Chargers, Trey Lance, who's with the Dallas Cowboys. This guy, he was actually a professional quarterback himself, amongst other teams, played for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And the first game the Tampa Bay Buccaneers won, Randy Hedberg, John McKay was the coach. And the very first game they won as an expansion team, Randy Hedberg was the quarterback. But he's got the gift, and so we get these great players. And we have a string of players that go to the NFL, and no doubt Cam Miller will as well. Coach Devin Kleiman, who's the son of former Bison head coach Chris Kleiman, who's now at Kansas State. The legacy goes on, and Chris Kleiman's son Devin is with us. Carlton Littlejohn, who was a standout linebacker. I remember watching him play. But then also Coach Grant Olson, a former player. His wife, Amy, is a professional golfer. So this is an athletic family. Those kids are going to be something else, I tell you what. But he was selected as the 2025 class of the American Football Coaches Association 35 under 35 Coaches Leadership Institute. So did a tremendous job with the defense. But to all of the coaches, and of course, most of all to these incredible young student athletes, they were just awesome this year. Did an incredible job, and so I want to congratulate all of them. Congratulate Athletic Director Matt Larson and another individual who's a good friend of both of ours, Dave Cook, the president of the university, class act. Big kudos to him. And I got to conclude on Bison Nation. Oh, I forgot my posters. I'll show them quick. Here they are celebrating after the big win in Frisco, Texas. We kind of like to refer to Frisco, Texas as Fargo South. One of the high schools in Fargo is called Fargo South, and so maybe that's how it got started. But we love Frisco. We love Frisco, Texas. Having won 10 championships there, that may have something to do with it, but it's a marvelous place. Here they are celebrating afterwards, and then here's the coach holding up. That's Coach Tim Polasek holding up the trophy there. And I think you can see Kevin Kramer in the back. No, I guess not. I guess we were here, so we was not there. So we weren't there, but we would have loved to have been there. But Bison Nation really supports this team, and you can't do it without that kind of fan base. Although I got to tell you, the Montana State Bobcats were there in force, because I talked to players, or talked to some of the folks that were there, some of the alumni and fans that got to the game, and they said Montana State really supported their team well. So with that, I'm going to turn to my colleague, Senator Kramer, who is going to offer some more remarks. And like I say, we're excited because our work's not done. We'll continue to work with the team and look forward to a White House visit. Senator Kramer.
Mr. President. Senator from North Dakota. Thank you. Well, I'm going to do what I do so well and so often and agree with John Hoven. How's that? I won't bore you with a lot of the same information, but he did set up, I think, John, you set up a perfect opportunity to dig into the dynasty a little bit. When you went through every year, remember, we've been in Congress every year that they won one of these FCS championships. Somebody reminded me of that yesterday. So we've given a lot of these speeches, I mean, several of them in the House. But Webster says that a dynasty is a succession of rulers of the same line of descent. A succession of rulers of the same line of descent. So when Senator Hoven went through the names of those coaches in these last 14 years, they're in the line of descent. Craig Bohl, who went to Wyoming from NDSU, was the coach when NDSU became eligible for the FCS championship series. And just to put a little bit more meat on that, NDSU was a Division II, NCAA Division II powerhouse for years, winning several national championships. They switched over to Division I and then became eligible. They didn't become eligible to even be in the tournament until 2008. So just imagine that. They were basically the junior varsity until 2008 when they became eligible for the playoffs. And in 2010, they got to the quarterfinals. So we got these 10 championships, but let's not forget, and one of the other times, one of the other 4 years that they didn't win the national championship, they were in the quarterfinals. 2 other years of those 4, they were in the semifinals. And the other year, they were the runner-up. So they're, what are they, 9-0 in Frisco. 9-0. No wonder we like Fargo South. I might also point to this little tidbit, and maybe the NCAA is doing this to us on purpose. Next year's game, the next couple of years, are going to be in Nashville. Yeah. So Marcia and Bill are going to have to host us. But anyway, we'll wait for that to happen. So 10 championships since 2011. That is a dynasty. Everybody's using the word dynasty. ESPN was using the word dynasty. You can't help but use the word dynasty. Now, I think, Senator Hoven, you're correct to compliment the Bobcats. My gosh. I mean, the 2 quarterbacks in this game, Tommy Mellott from Montana State and Cam Miller from NDSU, played each other in this same game when they were freshmen. Both of them started for their respective teams when they were freshmen. And NDSU prevailed in that game as well. But what a program and what a great group of guys that created. But one of the things I wanted to throw out there is, by the way, this poster, this is what I texted to President Trump about 30 seconds after the game. NDSU posted this image on their X or their Twitter feed. So I forwarded it to President Trump and said, "Does this mean we get to come to the White House?" He said, "Yes," with exclamation mark. He was right. He loves the program. He loves the program. But NDSU is a really good football program, the best football program, but there are a lot more. I mean, NDSU is a research institution. It's a land-grant university, and John and I and anybody in the ag country knows how valuable, how important they are to our economy, to our farmers, the research that they do. They are an R1 research university, one of the top 100 research universities in the United States. About 12,000 students, about 100 majors, of course, graduate programs and doctoral programs, all kinds of opportunities for young men and women who are looking for an education and a fun place to get one. So we're just so proud of North Dakota State University. We're proud of all of our universities, our private ones, our public ones. I mean, they stand out in so many ways. But this is NDSU's day, and we're just honored to be able to celebrate with them in this sort of special way, and look forward to going to Nashville about a year from now and watching another one, John. I know John. He's a little more. He doesn't like to set the bar too high and get disappointed, but we're almost never disappointed. So I'm getting my tickets for Nashville. With that, I yield.
And just a final comment, we should get in here just so that folks can see our ties, don't you? Because I really want to commend you on your outstanding choice of the green and yellow NDSU North Dakota State University tie, and I have the wheat version of the tie, Mr. President. And I know, in Nebraska, you understand how important agriculture is. So we're proud of our school for our football teams, but also because it's one of the leading schools of agriculture in the country and for so many other reasons as well.
If I might reclaim a moment, I think there are 2 Montana senators that should be wearing these ties personally. But anyway, we'll find them later. I yield for good.
Thank you, Mr. President. We yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Kansas.
are we in a quorum?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise this afternoon to address my colleagues about a circumstance in Kansas and really in the country, the pressing need for reform at Haskell Indian Nations University following serious allegations and finding of wrongdoing by the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Indian Education. Haskell University is a university located in Lawrence, Kansas. Haskell is the sole tribal nations university in the country and was established by the Department of Interior for the purpose of maintaining the federal government's trust responsibilities and treaty agreements to the Native Americans. Haskell University serves as a custodian of tribal culture, offering students the opportunity to receive tuition-free higher education in an environment that understands and prioritizes indigenous values. Yet, despite its critical importance, Haskell has faced significant challenges. Haskell's campus, which once served as a sanctuary for Native American art and history, has for years been neglected by the Bureau of Indian Education. Various buildings on campus, many of which serve as U.S. National Historic Landmarks, are in disrepair or no longer in use. Many of the residential buildings on campus are not equipped with heating, ventilation, or air conditioning, and the campus is not compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act. It is the responsibility of the Bureau of Indian Education, as described in the Indian Education Act of 1972, to, quote, ensure continued and expanded educational opportunities for Indian students. Yet the BIE has failed to maintain Haskell's infrastructure or to provide a safe campus for students and employees. Since 2017, I've been working to bring attention to the BIE's mismanagement of the university. On multiple occasions, I've called on leadership at the department to address the wide array of problems and challenges at Haskell. In 2022, serious allegations were reported to my office regarding improper treatment of students and the wrongful termination of an employee at Haskell Indian Nations University. In response, I contacted the Director of Indian Education, urging the BIE to address these issues. Although the BIE, of course, assured me in March of 23 that changes would be made to alleviate my concerns, we continued to hear and continue to hear from students and staff reporting the problems and reporting that those problems that were reported back then were not being addressed adequately. In October 2023, I was informed of a confidential on-campus investigation into the issues at Haskell. In April of 24, a report was released due to an investigation by the government watchdog agency, which revealed serious problems, including failures to adequately establish and follow policies regarding sexual assault, wrongful termination of employees, and intimidation of faculty and students. With these findings, I called on a systemic overhaul within BIE, but as has almost always been the case, the Department of Interior chose to delegate the responsibilities to an assistant secretary and refused to directly address the issues at hand. Since April 2024, I have made repeated requests to meet with Deb Haaland, the Secretary of the Interior, to discuss these issues. Every attempt for a discussion was rebuffed. This ongoing neglect is unacceptable. It's past time for real change at Haskell. To address these issues, last month I released a draft piece of legislation to provide a federal charter for Haskell Indian Nations University and to remove the Department of Interior and the Bureau of Indian Education from direct oversight of the university. The legislation will empower Haskell with self-governments, providing an organizational structure that reflects its mission, community, and needs of its students. The Marker Bill calls for the establishment of a new governing body at Haskell, a board of regents composed of Native American leaders, educators, and community members who will be directly accountable to the students, staff, and to the tribes that Haskell serves. The board would manage the university's budget, make decisions regarding academic programming, faculty, and facilities, and ensure that the institution is providing a high-quality educational experience for students that attend Haskell University, an educational experience that they deserve. I appreciate the support from the Haskell Board of Regents. The president of the board, Brittany Hall, said this, and I quote her, These challenges underscore the critical need for a more tailored governance model empowered by the U.S. Congressional Charter, one that enables the university to thrive while better serving its students and communities. By moving Haskell outside the purview of BIE, we remove the bureaucratic ambivalence that has hindered the university's growth and damaged it in significant ways its potential. I'd like to request that members of the Native American, Lawrence, Kansas, and higher education communities submit feedback to my office or to my colleague who is leading this effort in the House of Representatives, Congressman Tracy Mann, on the proposed legislation to ensure this bill effectively addresses key issues. We are looking for comment and input. The history of the federal government's treatment of Native Americans is filled with broken promises. We should not allow Haskell, a cornerstone of Native higher education, to become another promise we failed to keep. The students who walk through the doors of Haskell deserve better than the inefficiency and mismanagement and the neglect they've faced under the current governance system. I look forward to working with all stakeholders to refine the draft legislation and request my colleagues join me in an effort to secure a prosperous future for Haskell University. Mr. President, I thank you for your attention.
Are
Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that a letter from Senator Vance regarding his resignation from the Senate be printed in the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
H.R. 23, an act to impose sanctions with respect to the International Criminal Court engaged in any effort to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute any protected person of the United States and its allies.
Mr. President, I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
The objection is heard. The bill will be read for the second time on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to consideration of S-Res 19, which was submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 19, honoring the life and legacy of President Jimmy Carter and commending President Jimmy Carter for his lifelong career of public service, humanitarian leadership, diplomacy, and courageous advocacy.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, January the 13th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Further, upon the conclusion of morning business, the Senate resume consideration of the motion to proceed to calendar number 1, S5, post-cloture. Finally, that all post-cloture time expire at 5:30 p.m., and the Senate vote on the motion to proceed to calendar number 1, S5.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.